Hello, chat. How y'all doing? On this fine Wednesday. Fuck, I accidentally flashbanged myself. But yes. We are doing art today. So I need to update this specifically. So because it's kind of like outdated. And y'all can see in the upper right corner that I did not go with that. This just generally needs to be updated. No, just in general. Like, especially since, you know, just like this whole part in general. You know. So, I think I just... Sukipen. And of course, I probably just need to like erase the entire her like hair here. Actually, yeah, I should probably like do that. Yeah, I wanted to kind of like work a little more on the 2.0 ref. And, you know, try to make sure it, you know, somewhat aligns with the new design. Which is right there. And yeah, that is kind of like what I plan on doing. I also need to like do the horns. So yeah. I like to mention that I kind of like started working on this before I like had any. I did this before I like had any solid idea as to what I was doing with the 2.0 hair. So obviously I need to fix it. I also need to do a back reference. But of course, that can happen later. But yeah. So essentially, what I am kind of like doing is that I am I'm making the 2.0 hair. And just updating the little thing here so that it is accurate to what the hair looks like. In, the model. I'm probably going to end up making this like a bust up or something. Also, I was planning on adding some accessories to the hair. However, I ended up deciding against it. So I'm going to delete those layers. And instead, I'm going to add the horns. Which means turning that on. And yeah. I am essentially just... It just started snowing! I just realized that it just started snowing. Holy shit, it's covering the ground. Oh my god. Hold on. I need y'all to see the snow. I need y'all to witness the snow. Alright. Look at the ground! Chat, look at the ground! That's snow! That's actual snow! Just look at all that! Look at all the snow! Look at that! And there's more snow! What that is going on? Like, holy shit! I didn't even realize that it was gonna snow, like, immediately. We have several feet of it up here. Oh god. Anyway, I just wanted to show y'all that because I literally just realized that it started snowing. It even covers some of the magnolia leaves. Because of course, we have a big-ass magnolia. But yes. Drawing in a just whole bunch of oh, there's a whole bunch of snow falling outside. How very scenic. And sounds very cozy indeed. But I know it's gonna end up being very cold. It's cozy, but also really, really cold. Which, honestly, as someone who tends to get really hot really quickly, it's a blessing for me. Also, I just realized that there's a tangent going on with the ear over here. Dang it. Now I gotta redraw the ear so it's no longer tangenty. Cool is just an excuse for more blankets, in your opinion? Yeah. It can be. But honestly, for me, you know, I have a Maine Coon. The little sponge. She is made for this weather. So, she kind of just ends up occasionally spending time in the snow. Like, she enjoys the snow. 'Cause she is, of course, the fluffiest calico there ever is. You have two huskies, you know what I mean? Yeah. Just sometimes they want to be out in the cold. Also, like, either or like yesterday, yeah, last night. You know, I think this was on Monday night because this was after my mom and I went to the store to kind of like grab stuff. before the winter storm arrived, because we're probably going to get record-breaking snow. Record-breaking as in there's going to be like at least 6 inches, but likely we're gonna end up with a foot or so. You know, of snow. So, when we got home, Wenji, the floofy calico, she wanted to go outside. So, my mom let her outside. Guess what this little sponge proceeded to do? She proceeded to go into the middle of the road and just sit down. I mean, she probably knew that there weren't going to be, like, any cars, since this was, like, pretty late at night. You know, like, 10 p.m. or so. But my mom was just like, Wenji, why are you going into the road? She went into the road because she is silly. Yikes. I mean, she's a smart cat. She knows that it's very unlikely that she will get run over on purpose. The key word is purpose. But she is, unfortunately, still quite mischievous. She's a silly little sponge who just really likes to be silly. Even if the silliness means she ends up on the road, just sitting there chilling, and just looking at my mom and I like, what? I am, the road is chilly. I like the chilies. For I am a floofy calico. Yeah, this has actually been the second time it snowed this year in my area. Like, if y'all weren't here in, you know, early January, it snowed during, like, early to mid-January as well. Magda is looking at the snow. Yeah, it's snowing again. And here's the thing. I did not anticipate that there would be snow at all this year. Let alone the snow happening twice. Aw, she did a big swatcho. Yeah, so usually for those who, you know, snow can be troublesome when an area isn't equipped to handle it. Yeah. Luckily, since it pretty much usually snows every 4 years, that and some of the neighboring, you know, areas are, you know, more experienced with snow. I like to think that we are somewhat prepared for it, but obviously not as much as, you know, our more northern neighbors. So, I'd like to mention that my dad is from Wisconsin, which gets very snowy here around this time of year. So I like to think that my family is kind of like prepared for the weather. Now, whether or not, of course, there is, you know, the whole driving in snow thing that we always have to relearn every single year. But yeah. Anyway, I think the little Uwu wants to leave. You wanna go? Oh. Oh, no. It's the other Calico. What will you do? Come on, get in here, Pebble. Come on. Oh, she does not want to come inside in my room. Come on, go. Okay. I'm starting to get a bit of migraine right now, so I'm going to quickly grab some ibuprofen. Because pain is chronic. And none of us know, fuck, how could migraines work? Alright. And... oh, I just realized this. So, like, a few weeks ago, actually I think this was last week, I went to the student center in the city where my campus is for my next in-person class. Because I needed to get my ID. And it only took like 7 minutes for me to like enter, sign in, and I literally just had to go to the front desk to essentially just give them my ID number for the school, give the person at the front desk my passport, as you know, is my most up-to-date ID. Have my picture taken. Have that processed and printed out. And, you know, have some of the services explained to me. Because, of course, I, didn't really know the services, as most of my classes are in person. So I really, if ever, have a need to, you know, you're up north, right on the border of Canada. Currently 30 degrees Fahrenheit where you are, so it's just a fact of life. Dang. But yeah. So, something the person at the front desk told me about our IDs is that we can kind of like add pins and stuff to them, and we can even change up the lanyard. Or if we do, we want to. So, when I went home, I may or may not have gone a little crazy and basically made the equivalent of jingling keys. Hold on. That is literally just my student ID and shit. Strong, indeed. In fact, this is a lanyard that I got from a little shop in one of the malls in my area. Well, technically not in my area, in my city. But as I live on the border between the city I technically reside in and a different city, it's a little hard. It takes a bit of time to get to it compared to the one that is in the other city. I bought it like years ago, like a year or two ago, and I haven't really had a use for it until now. I added some pins. 2 of them are pins that my mom got me. One of them is one of those, like, embroidered button pins from, like, one of those biscuit thingies for Sanrio. It has Kuromi and My Melody on it. And, of course, I have a pin for the convention I attend and work at in November that I yoinked last year. I actually bought 2. The one I have on there has a little black speck, so it's technically a B grade. The other one doesn't have that speck, so I gave that to my mom. And of course, I have a phone charm of Meowscarada. I have my little color wheel thingy on here because, you know, I'm an art student and, you know, you may never know if you need to know the triadic colors for the color green. The answer is like either like between red or orange and purple. Pull it. If y'all are wondering, you know, why those are. And there are 2 little holes. Actually, there are technically 3, but those are, you know, not, like, open. And I put 2 charms on there. Of course, I'm not going to show it because, you know, it has my legal name. And also the name of the college I attend. And I'd like to not dox myself. And it also has my face where I look incredibly sleep deprived. But there are 2 charms that I placed on it. One of them is Minimus Ambus, and the other is Rung. They're from the same Transformers continuity. And I put Minimus on there. It's kind of like one of those weird or bullshit manifestation things. For Minimus, he's on there so I can remind myself to, you know, work hard on my assignments so that I can pass all my classes and hopefully transfer for sometime later in the year. And I have Rung, who is, by the way, a psychiatrist, so that I can hopefully manifest my mental health to not go to shit. And yes, sometimes robots need therapy. I mentioned the existence of Rung to a streamer I watch. Real lol. You have a lantern for a college key card too. You just have a little multi-screwdriver attached to yours. Yeah. I mean, I feel like sometimes the things you attach to your college key card or ID lanyard thingy can kind of like show what, you know, major and stuff you're in. Like, for me, because I have that little color wheel thing, you can probably tell that I am an art student. And probably like, if it's something like tech related, it's probably like the ID of a IT student. That is true. You're just a theater major. Yeah. I feel like for theater majors, they probably like have some kind of like Broadway related. Probably have like some Broadway related stuff on there. their student IDs. But that all kind of like hinges on if they decide to like decorate it and stuff. Because of course, some people just keep theirs plain and keep the original lanyard. Of course, once I'm no longer a student at the college I'm currently attending, I'm gonna have to give it back. Like, I'll have to give my ID back. That kind of stuff. Actually, yeah, entirely possible, or some sort of pride flag based on the demographics you've seen. Yeah. That's kind of like likely the two that you'll likely end up seeing. Like either something related to their interests or major, or, you know, pride pins. I mean, for me, you know, I am part of the LGBT community, but I don't really have, like, a lot of, you know, pride pins and stuff. I only have one. It is actually from, like, a shoe brand. It's on, like, my current Ida bag that I bought a few years ago. I remember I got most of the pins that I put on there from a mystery bag at Hot Topic. That was, like, themed around the color purple. The Ida bag, by the way, is also the bag, by the way, is also purple. However, I don't think I'm going to use that one because it doesn't really have like those clear window thingies that you put the, you know, pins and stuff in. They're kind of just like up there. Nice wordplay, by the way. You're similar. You technically count as part of the Great Alphabet Soup, but it's not super important to you, so you don't have to play it a lot. Yeah. I mean, in my case, it's like, sometimes it can be very hard to get stuff that is like for, you know, the asexual spectrum. But for the spectrum, there's something a little more subtle. And you can probably tell what it is based off of, you know, my whole ass VTuber model. It is the, you know, card suits. And certain card suits are designated for different sexualities in the asexual spectrum. Like, these are card suits for, you know, asexual people who are just, like, asexual. The spades are for those who are also aromantic to some capacity. The club of the diamonds are, which is the one I use, are for like demisexual people. You know, everyone forgets the ace specs. You recently started wearing a black ring on your middle right finger since your arrow ace. Yeah. Also, there is there is a symbol. You can also wear a white height ring to signify that you're her arrow. Oh, as well. Oh, I believe. The black ring is like for, you know, the asexual. The white one is for the aromantic. At least from what I remember. White ring on the left finger, yeah. In fact, actually, hold on. I actually included the black ring thing on my model. However, it isn't on, you know, my standard hand. 4 inches of snow in 4 hours. Yeah, there's already like a good inch of snow on the ground from what I see. So... let me go to my arm toggles. I have the asexual little ring thingy on the middle finger toggle. Well, for the right hand. Which, fun fact, the arm for here, the middle finger arm for this, and the arm for the art hand are the same. I literally just copied and pasted it because I did not want to bother her, like, making an entirely new arm when I had one arm that I could use. But yeah. I also realize these shortcuts are the best beast shortcuts. Typo. Of course, I'm probably going to end up making a... I'm probably going to copy and paste this arm to the right side so that I can hold 2 plushies at the same time. But right now it's just Subi. A little Subi. Here's minor spelling mistake, you lose. Beast typo! But anyway, that is kind of like, you know, something I did decide to add purposefully onto my 2.0. Eventually, I might add the ring to the standard, sort of like, passive pose arm. But of course, I have to, you know, draw it and then export it. And that is going to take a little bit. And honestly, I don't really want to import anything new if I really want to. But yeah. That is, you know, things that are done. And now I gotta modify all these colors again. They, you know, are accurate to the update. In hindsight, I probably should have, like, waited to do this. until, like, after I, you know, knew I was done modifying the hair. But of course I did not, because sometimes I do not have the brain cell. And I probably thought that I was going to go with this, you know, kind of like design. And for the, you know, hair. So I'm just gonna lasso. All of these. But yeah. So, as it is now snowing, I'm probably gonna end up being, you know, stuck at home until, you know, I have to, you know, start my classes. Which is happening next week. Which is just a big ol' hoo boy. Luckily, I am kind of like preparing the hiatus post. And I will eventually be posting that. And once that is, you know, all done, I'll try to focus, like, almost entirely on just doing assignments until I, you know, am capable of, you know, possibly, like, doing at least one stream a month where I just do stuff. Your semester is already in full swing. You hope I enjoy my classes, as is completely reasonable and unexpected. Yeah. I mean, for me, it's kind of like just... I, you know, am a full-time student, so... I can't really, like, stream a lot during this period of time. As, you know, one of my classes encroaches... My one in-person class encroaches on this time where I usually stream. Because it starts at 3 p.m. And I usually start my streams at 1 p.m. As some of y'all probably know based on my schedule and stuff. So because of that, that class happens on Monday and Wednesday. That means those are 2 days I know I definitely can't, you know, stream it. And of course, I have to probably like dedicate certain days of the week to just working on assignments. So it's very likely that if I am to like ever stream, I'm probably going to end up streaming on like just the weekends. Since I'm an art major, you can kill two birds with one stone. If I want to co-productivity art you stream thing, focus on getting the hang of my classes first, of course. Yeah. Of course, I do need to get the hang of, doing my classes again. But that is a pretty good idea. But only one of my classes is, like, remotely related to, like, doing creative things. And that is, my photography class, which is also my one in-person class. So it's probably going to be a little hard for me to, like, try and, yeah. There's this gen ed stuff. One of my classes is the history of design. And another is, gen ed stuff like, college composition. Because, I was graded pretty harshly last semester and now I have to take it again instead of going on to the second level of college composition. I'm still pretty bitter about that. But yeah, right now I'm trying to, like, get most of, my required classes out of the way so that whenever I graduate, I can do so without having, like, a bunch of classes that need to be worried about. Like, I already did a good chunk of some of my required classes. There's a lot of them, yeah, quite the sensible strategy. Yeah. Actually, I might need to go and kind of, like, check my, academic requirement. See what I have remaining in terms of, like, what I need to do. Of course, this doesn't include if, when I transfer to my new university later this year, there end up being new required classes that I need to take. That, of course, is not something I am sure of. And is, likely to end up occurring. But hopefully, I will end up being able to, transfer and stuff. And, once I am able to transfer, I'll try to, like, only do the classes that I am required to do. So that I can, you know, get those out of the way. And, you know, once I eventually finish all of my classes and I'm able to graduate, I'll be able to stream way more often. Woohoo, indeed. But of course, I, you know, have to make sure that I have taken all of those classes and I also passed those classes. Because if I end up just fumbling the bag, I'll have to take all those classes again. And honestly, I don't really want to do that again. I really don't want to, like, have to possibly take more classes than I need to. So, right now I think the possible year, we're also waiting to start streaming until after you graduate. Wi-Fi is awful at home, so you can't stream during breaks. Oof. I mean, luckily for me, I have pretty good Wi-Fi. In fact, like a few years ago, my family upgraded to Wi-Fi 6, which my motherboard at the time was made for. So I ended up not really having a lot of scuff until I ended up installing Norton. And on accident, while installing drivers for my motherboard. But yeah, in my case, it's kind of like... So, based on like the fact that my brother is graduating this year and he did college for like 5 years. And I'm probably also going to be doing this for 5 years in total. I'm probably going to graduate around 2027. Like, not the graduate as in stop streaming as a VTuber. Graduate as in get my degree and no longer have to do college. Important clarification. Actually, I'm gonna go check to see what classes I need to do still. So, SIS. Cumulative GPA 2.5. That is good. So... Of course, this is taking an eternity. You're on your 4th year, but you have to take a 5th to graduate too. Yeah. It's taking an eternity. I'll just figure it out later. I know I have to take a course in math. That is something I need to do. But unfortunately, I have a math learning disability. So... Depression and bad sleep ruining executive functioning skill, go burr. Yeah. I mean... I think I'm about like halfway through. It's just that... I spent like the first 2 years of my college just grabbing, you know. Okay, my academic requirements page is not available. Graduation requirements. Apparently it's not available. Womp womp. College websites have more scuff than any VTuber ever will. Yeah. I think I might need to wait until, like, after my semester ends in order to check what I have yet to do. Actually, I kind of, like, have a whole list of classes that I, you know, need to do. So, I don't actually have the names of them, but I know that I need to do a biology class, has several different art classes, an English class, but I can only do that after I pass the one I'm taking again. But I'm taking pretty much most of the classes that I am required to take. And if I... So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. So I think if I only like pick the classes I'm required to take, then I can probably graduate next year here with my major. Of course, it all hinges on if the classes will even be available. So, yeah. You're still sitting on a science class in math and some miscellaneous others, along with just a lot of credits. Yeah. And, you know... The honk, indeed. Hunk-a-woo. But of course, there's a lot of it, you know, hinges upon if I'm able to do those classes when I can. Because I really do not want to take summer classes. Like, that's the last thing I really want to do is, you know, The last thing I want to do is in-person classes. Wait, no, not in-person classes. The last thing I really want to do is, like, have to delay my graduation from college further. Yeah. That's what I planned on saying. But yeah. Essentially, the main thing is, or like what I plan on doing is, you know, trying to get all my classes done as efficiently as possible. And I really don't want to do any of them over the summer, because that means even less time to stream. And I like being able to stream even during the summer, and just whenever I, you know, have the opportunity. Very fair indeed. I want to avoid having to take any classes over the summer if I can. Unless I just really, really want to get the class done. And as soon as I'm able to. Only then will I possibly consider doing classes over the summer. And if I ever do that, I'm probably only going to take like 1 or 2. Because, you know, I don't want to be like entirely swarmed by, you know, classes. You know, when I want to, you know, stream and stuff. I want to at least be able to preserve some of my ability to stream. You know, during the times where I have to force myself to take in-person classes. Just so I can graduate on time. Or like graduate when I want to. So I can just spend more time focusing on, you know, other things. Like, you know, streaming, you know, is like one of those things. Perfectly valid. Might have to take 1 or 2 summer ones in order to graduate within a reasonable time frame. Yeah. But yeah. For me, I know that I can't graduate this year because I still have a lot of required classes that I need to do. So it's very likely that when I do graduate, it's going to be within the next few years. I mean, for me, I'm mostly going to try and graduate, like, whenever I feel like I have taken enough classes, is to, apply and get my application to graduate accepted. And yeah. There's so much stuff you want to need to do outside of classes. You want to write songs and novels, and that requires plenty of practice. That's the general self-help / getting your life together. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, for me, I'm also, writing a novel. But I'm probably only going to, work on it intermittently during, my semester. Because, I don't think I'm gonna end up having again, very reasonable. Yeah. I doubt I'm going to have, the full time to just, work on the novel. Well, I need to, So, yeah. It's probably since, I also plan on, doing the whole write-a-thon on sometime after my semester is done. Between, the debut of my 2.0 and, the time I have to work on school again. It's very likely that I'm probably going to, just write, guidelines for how I want some of the chapters to go. During the semester, and then when I do my write-a-thon over the summer, I can, get all of that done and make significant progress until I eventually need to stop the write-a-thon and just begin worrying about other things. But of course, one of these days, I will eventually graduate from college. Get my major. And then I'll be able to become a full-time streamer. And, you know, I've been kind of like intermittently streaming during the years, which for the past 3 years. And part of me wonders how burned out I might get. It's not like a good plan, plus stepping back from creative work and letting it bounce around in your head for a bit can help with getting new ideas and inspiration. Yeah. In fact, there is another idea bouncing around in my head. But I'm not, like, planning on doing, like, any solid, like, writing for it until I am done with writing Patchley's Revenge. I just realized... Yeah, that's better. But yeah. Essentially, yeah, for that story, I plan on, like, having it marinate in my head a little bit. Like, maybe, you know, sketch down characters and stuff. You have, like, 5 ideas for multi-work series rattling down in your old brain, in the old brain can. You're trying to just focus on 1 or 2 for right now. Yeah. For me, you know, I'm probably going to only, like, work on it for a little bit. Like, probably, like, get some character designs down on first. And then, you know, once that's done, I can probably, like, try and get those, like, ideas out of my head and onto paper. And once I have those ideas written down somewhere, I could just focus on the other story piece that I'm working on. And once I am done writing those, I can then return to, you know, the story that I am working on and developing. Ah. But yeah. This is probably going to take, like, years. Especially since, you know, the story that is marinating in my head right now, I plan on having it be, like, a visual novel or something along those lines. Which means I need to make a lot of art for it, which means I need to have my character designs be solid. Which means I have to gather references and inspiration and all that stuff. And of course, even then, I probably need to, like... I can probably, like, just, you know... have the story be like something that, you know, I just make a little bit of stuff for it. And then when I am able to return to it, I can know what I'm doing. And especially since it's going to be a visual novel, and visual novels require, you know, drawing, I need to, like, figuratively and literally level up some of my art skills. Like, I need to learn how to draw backgrounds, as an example. I also need to learn how to draw stuff in perspective. That, and I might need to, like, learn Blender. Or, like, learn how to 3D model stuff. So that I, you know, can streamline the work process. Just a little bit. Like, you know, so to kind of like describe it, what I might do with it is essentially like, you're sure it'll end up great in the end, but then you should have experience under your belt. So if you want help making it, so if I want help making an OST for said visual novel, let you know. Yeah, I appreciate the help. Oh, Paradox. Of course, I'm probably going to try and, you know, at least figure out some sort of basis for the OSTs for the games I plan to make, you know, by myself. There's a software called, like, One Bit Dragon, I think on Steam. And it's, like, made for beginners and such. And I've heard, and it's, like, really it has positive reviews on Steam. So it's very likely that I might go with that. And for, at the very least, making the beginnings of the, you know, OST and stuff. Of course, this does not include whether or not, you know, I end up, like, commissioning someone who is a bit more of an expert to make some of the more complicated OST stuff. Yeah, One Bit Dragon, and I believe it is what it's called. Hold on, let me go check it. Yeah, I have it on my wish list. And, I scrolled too far up. I thought I have it on my wish list. Unless it's like, oh yeah, it's like $30. It has very positive reviews. So, and from what I can see, it's very simple to use. So, I am, of course, probably going to, like, get some other, like, music software or in the future so that I can, you know, like, yeah, you just hope to do collaborative projects with other creative YouTubers in the future. You do hope to specialize in music. So you figured that you could just put the worm in my brain now? Yeah. I will indeed consider the worm. But yeah. Of course, you know, it depends on whether or not I am actually able to get it to the point where I can, you know, have it be, you know, done. Because I know for me, yeah, I, you know, have no experience in game development. And it's very likely that I might end up accidentally abandoning the project for like several years at a time. So, unless I know that I am going to publish that game, I don't think I'm going to like try and recruit other people into making it until I know that I am indeed going to see it to the end. You know? Fair. Yeah. And of course, a lot of that hinges on whether or not I am able to, like, do certain things, like, involving the game development. Like, if I'm ever to do, like, a Kickstarter for any games that I make, I'm going to wait until I know I can, you know, do it all in time. Like, I'm not going to work on something or like make a Kickstarter for something that I, you know I can't really guarantee myself that I can finish. Like, if I know I can't finish it, then I can't really, like, do a Kickstarter. Or if it's at a point where I don't know if I, you know, can get it done, I'm not going to, like, do any form of Kickstarter until I know I am at a point where I can, you know, very wise decision, yeah. Essentially, I don't want to, like, do a Kickstarter or when it's like I know I'm not far enough in the process of making it to, like, show the people, like, what to expect. Like, basically, unless I know what unless I can, show what the game will look like, when it is released, I am not going to do a Kickstarter. Unless I, have proof of, that the game is going to look good. I am not going to do any form of Kickstarter. Unless I, have proof of concept for the whole thing, I won't make any Kickstarters or crowdfunding campaigns at all for the story or game until I know that people, want to experience it, and that I feel like it is, at a point where I know I can safely crowdfund. Like, maybe I can make, like, a free open beta for the game. When I, basically have the people experience a tiny bit of what the game has to offer before they think of, like, investing into the full game. It's probably what I'm going to be doing with Patchley's Revenge. And when I make that into a game. And it's not like I had this well thought out. You're sure I'll bring this to fruition eventually. It's probably going to take a lot of time before I am able to do that, though. But most important thing is I have some idea in my head as to how to do it. Like, that's the important thing. I at least have an idea in my head as to what I am doing. Wait! The Goylie is in here! She is the Maggie Moo. Now she makes biscuits on my bed. For she is the little Oople baby. But yeah. If I am keyword eventually, the little steps make great gains over time. Yeah. Right now, it's just I'm going to work on the story, and then once I have the story complete, then I can start making a prototype for the game and the gameplay. And I'm probably going to start making it an RPG Maker as, like, to figure out if I can, in fact, make it. If I can, in fact, make a game. The little Goylie. She squeaks. The girl? I'm trying to get her to who come to me, but she is just being silly. She is currently by my shoes. Because she's a silly little girl. Yeah, I know, you're silly. Squeaky. I plan on playing around with RPG Maker 2 at some point. I know several programmers slash game making friends too, so we'll see. Yeah. The Maggie Moog is squeaking. She's just like, I want attentions. Give me attentions. Attention is what I need. I am so sad that I am not being given any attention. She appears to be approaching me. Are you approaching me, girl? But yeah. I'm probably not going to I'm probably going to end up streaming myself of working on figuring out RPG Maker and stuff. Of course, you know, I might end up transferring the game to a different engine if I feel like RPG Maker is too restrictive for what I plan on doing. But I know you can make Metroidvanias with RPG Maker. Squeaky! Squealy! She's being very squeaky. Can't or can. If it's something that I can't do in RPG Maker, then I might transfer her to a different engine, and that can. Oh, hello, my little girl. The squeaky goyle is here. Metroidvanias are great, yeah. Magda briefly came up to me to just give me a little bit of love. And she immediately jumped back to my bed. Because she's silly. Yeah, you're silly. Now she's making biscuits. It's on my blanket. Also, last night when I went to bed, and I remember, she was kind of there, at my door. And she was just meowing very sadly. Yeah, doing her squeaky meows. She's like, let me in! Please, let me in! He was banging on the door. I don't play too many of them, but you love Hollow Knights to death. Can't wait for Silksong whenever that arrives, yeah. But anyway, the little girl was just meowing very lonely. At my door, just waiting for me to let her inside, out of my room. And it got to a point where I just ended up opening the door for her. And she was just so happy. Because she got to see her human. Honestly, she mostly likes me because I'm the one who usually medicates her. Okay, now where is the tail? I do not see it at all. Maybe I deleted it on accident. It's okay, I kinda like... I have, you know, I have this thing. So... And there we go. I don't think I'm going to like add any color to the lines. I'm probably just going to make this a like just a flat color. But yeah. Papa. There we go. So, yeah. This is just gonna be the art that I'm gonna use. So, and and fuck. But yeah. So, yeah. It's just gonna be this thing for like when I deal. I can cross that out of my stream to-dos. But yeah. We're getting close to the 2-hour mark of stream. Very neat, cute drawing too. Yeah. So, as we are getting close to the 2-hour mark of the stream, which is like roughly the halfway point, I'm going to do a somewhat long intermission, as I haven't done one at all today. Here we're at right now. So, I'm gonna go do that. Probably like grab myself some little snack or something. I'll probably just put one of my chocolates in my mouth and just let it melt in and consume it like that. So I'll be back in a few minutes. I'm mostly using this to use the bathroom and stuff. I should be back within like 10 or so minutes. So I shall be back. Awa, abek, ebodanyang, udanyang. So, I am actually going to I'm gonna take a screenshot of the tail. So save that. 2.0 model tail. And essentially, what I plan on doing is that I am going to import this image. I am going to put it over here. And essentially what I'm going to do is that I'm going to paste the line art of this, you know, tail. Kind of like how I did it with the hair in this reference. And essentially what I am doing is that I plan on doing the front and back. You know, of the, you know, tail. As this is my own art, it's perfectly fine for me to trace it. I would like to clarify this for anyone who's just like, OMG, Skelly is tracing, that is bad. It's perfectly okay, as this is my own art. This isn't someone else's art. This is entirely my own art. In case anyone is going to try and be all pissy about it. It's called innovation, yeah. Because sometimes you already have like the perfect thing to use. And so you just decide to just use that. And now I am going to do all of this. Essentially, this is, you know, the details in, you know, the fur. Eventually I will, you know, put in the base color. Yeah. You know, the light purple. But this is going to be the top of the tail. So this is what it looks like, you know, from above. Like when, you know, it is, you know, behind the face and not behind the legs. This is what the tail looks like. And then I'm probably going to copy paste this and then reflect it. Or at the very least, reflect the coloring so that I can make the bottom of the tail. That is essentially what I plan on doing here. So that is my plans with how I'm doing this art. Very neat. Fuzzy is good indeed. So for those who are wondering why the file is named Ashlyn 2.0 instead of Skelly 2.0, that's because Ashlyn is the name of the character here. I actually gave her a name. You know? And essentially, she is like the, you know, character for the story and her lore. The person streaming is still Skelly. It's just that Ashlyn is the name of the character for purposes of storytelling. Because she is still inherently kind of like separate from me as a person. Ashlyn is the character. Her Skelly is the person and behind the character. You know, like how some character, how the voice actor of the character is inherently separate from, you know, the people who are voicing them. Like, as an example, you know, like, the voice actor, even if, you know, the voice actor is like an inherent part of the character, the actor is still separate from them. Because they can still be played by other people. Like, if they are... Sometimes their voice actor will change, or like the person that plays them changes. Yeah, you get me? Yeah. Sometimes they change because like something happens to the original. And, you know, that sort of stuff. That is essentially, you know, and basically the main thing is, so I'm gonna copy, paste, and now I am going to flip these to the horizontal. And this is going to be the asymmetrical spots. So from the back. I'm going to try to keep them as detailed as I can. Of course, that isn't really a guarantee. It might end up being a little less detailed. So here we go. Doo-doo. But yeah. I am kind of like just figuring things out as I, you know, go through it. I'm going to move this to there. And so a tail reference is one of the things I have on my to-do list. You know, aka just a notepad that I have in front of me, you know, like on the lower right corner of the screen. So yeah. Also, thank you, Lo-Fi 247 for following. I hope you are doing well. I'm just arting today. Kinda like doing some concept art for my 2.0. Because that is happening. It's also snowing a lot right now. There's a couple inches of snow outside. So I am surely stucketh. So yeah. I hope you're doing well. If you are just here to lurk, then feel free to just lurk. But if not, then feel free to chat or just do whatever you need to do. So... I'm just gonna make a vague blob. And just add vaguely... just vague shapes to it. It kind of looks like a cell. Like something you'd see on a medical diagram. It just looks vaguely bug-shaped. You wish you could just be a vague blob sometimes. Yeah. I mean, like... Yeah. And there we go. And let's put some text here. Now move that. And and back. And I can delete those layers. And group them together. Now they can be moved. I think I'm going to delete this folder. And move that. So the tails can go here. And there we go. It's still snowing, by the way. It's been like 2 hours and it's still snowing. So we're definitely gonna get a lot of snow. But yeah. This is going to be pretty detailed. So I think I'm going to do this. I'm going to hold on. And there we go. I am going to fill in the colors. Here. And that is for the eye colors. And that is going to clip onto this. And that is so that I have the colors. Alright. And the reason why I'm putting the two eye colors together is because I wanted to kind of like denote that they are, you know, meant to be, because, you know, I gave Ashlyn secular heterochromia. So it probably makes sense for me to kind of like add that to her, you know, color palette. Okay. Hello, Juicy! How have you been? I had a feeling it was you who did that. Hello, indeed! Hello, Juicy! How you doing, Juicy? It is snowing for me. Good. That's good indeed. You too? It's no. Indeed. So right now I'm kind of like just working on my reference. You went outside in your Optimus Prime t-shirt? Wahoo! Do you feel cold? Ooh, 24 degrees. It's below freezing. Nah. You're built for the cold at this point. Yeah. I mean, for me, I struggle with, you know, the warmth. Because, you know, autism. And, you know, my ancestors came from, you know, the north. The amount of northern states you've lived in, you're not even phased anymore. Ooh. And now... Whoa. Indeed. The sentence just didn't make sense. Eh, it kind of did. But yeah. I'm working on the reference for my 2.0. Ironically enough, I never even finished the one for my first ever model. Brain dead time, indeed. I guess, yeah. Your brain short-circuited halfway through the sentence? Most likely. you are saying words that can indeed be comprehended sometimes. So I'm going to do a little bit of this. And fingernail. I have this habit of forgetting to put certain words you would mean to say in sentences, and it ends up sounding weird. Yeah, that can happen sometimes. Like halfway through your sentences when typing / writing. Yeah. So now the color palette is somewhat here, I guess. You don't know why it happens. Like how? Yeah. So I'm gonna save this for now. Let's see how many hours I have on this. I have nearly 10 hours. How do you put your silly thoughts into words? Arg, crashes out. It's simple. You just try to some capacity and extent. Crashes out. Yeah. So that is kind of like all the work I wanted to do on the, you know, reference for now. And I wanted to do something a little different. I wanted to kind of like make some alternate colors for Stella over here. So essentially just keep going, checking for errors is a problem for a second draft view. Yeah. So the main thing I wanted to do was, since Stella here is going to be, you know, in a game where it's a visual novel, part of me was kind of thinking that I should probably like give her some additional skin tones and possible hair colors too. She's kind of like originally meant to be like somewhat racially ambiguous. Essentially. So that, you know, you can kind of like relate to her like regardless of what her appearance is. This random guy that you don't like said you play your instrument too quietly and it pissed you off. Like you don't understand, Bucko. I can't tell if I'm being too loud or too quiet because my hearing is atrocious. You just end up mumbling unknowingly. So what happens with your instrument playing skills? You're gonna throttle him? Oof. Honestly, he probably kind of deserves it. But yeah. So right now, I'm going to give her 2 possible different tones of skin. It's called Dynamics and Blending. Me. So this is like one of the potential skin tones that I can give Stella. And contrast test does quite well. You appreciate criticism from your peers, but the way he does it pisses you off. Yeah, it would probably piss me off too. If, you know, he does it quite rudely. So this is the first possible alternate tone. The contrast does quite well. And I can probably like desaturate this to make a third possible tone. So like, you weren't even playing, I cared, bro. Oof. But yeah, so I can have basically oof indeed. You weren't even playing, I carried, bro. So essentially the idea for the different skin tones is that there's of course the base skin tone, like the quote-unquote canon skin tone and, you know, colors. And then there is a medium skin tone, which is probably going to be like this sort of color. Like, you know, this here. And then there's going to be a third one where it is, you know, the darkest this skin tone. If I can grab it. So essentially, ooh, pretty artwork indeed. So these are going to be the 3, you know, possible skin tones. Eats my art. Oof. Yeah, along with that, I might even like make her like, I'm not sure if I'll change her hair because we all passed the contrast test quite well. Waddles away with suspiciously arched throat. Oof. But yeah. I'm probably going to like if I am ever to like make alternate colors for her, you know, for Stella, I'm going to go with a light skin tone, medium skin tone, and a dark skin tone. However, even though I easily could do more for skin tones for her, I don't think I'm going to, because I plan on like doing a bunch of sprites, And her skin tone will also influence the skin tone of two different characters in the story. Her sister and Mr. Grisai, aka the man who turns out to be her uncle. So because of that, I don't want to like make too much work for myself. When I start doing like sprite work for this, I'm probably going to like have the skin be a different layer so I can just, you know, alpha lock it, change the skin tone when as needed, and then just save it. Of course, I plan on, you know, probably like making sure that, you know, all of the sprites and CGs and stuff are all as perfect as I can make them until before I, you know, add the additional skin tones. So yeah. That is probably like what I'm gonna do. And in fact, there's something else I kind of want to do. So if I go here, I'm going to go with go to hair colors for this. I'm probably going to like give her an alternate hair color as well. Probably like something like a little lighter. Because I'm probably going to give Stella here kind of like so for context for, you know, those who are new here and I haven't heard me yap about this story. Stella is part of a species referred to as scions. They basically have they're basically like people with powers. Like Stella, for example, she and her sister are able to manipulate glass. Which is one of the terms for it is hyalokinesis. And that is kind of like the basis of their surname of Hylau. Because their parents, you know, escaped from a facility through forging some documents to denote to her mom as infertile, like unsuitable for having children. So I haven't really developed like much about their mom. Only just like her dad and by extension their uncle that they don't know much about. Oh, you know, Mr. Grisai. So essentially, one of the powers that I feel like would make sense for her, like to gain from her mother, is the ability to, like, a bit of illusion-based shenanigans. Like, she is capable of, you know, modifying small parts of her appearance in order to, like, you know, disguise herself a little bit. To, like, give the illusion that, you know, this isn't Stella, this is someone who looks like her but has, like, different hair or eye colors. And basically, so the dark brown hair is going to be her, like, standard hair. The lighter, like, milk tea colored hair is going to be, like, her alternate hair color. So, like, if, for example, she is to, like, you know, encounter someone from who knows her from her other work, she can easily, like, give them plausible deniability through, you know, having slight alterations to her appearance. So I'm going to, you know, put that alternate hair color here as well. So that I can do the contrast test. And the contrast test is just to make sure that, you know, everything about the hair and, like, all the colors is, you know, contrasting well. You know, like, kind of like to make sure, or in case there are people who have, like, limited visibility when playing the game, that they can, like, still enjoy it to some extent, and, like, at least enjoy the art a little bit if they are able to, you know, see the contrast. And this, of course, is an ability shared by, you know, her sister, Pylon. Because, you know, they inherited that ability from their mom. But they don't really use it all that often because they usually don't have much use for it. But, in fact, funnily enough, the only person who actively uses the powers in her household is Stella. Simply because she is a performer. And because she doesn't want to be recognized outside of that job. Because, you know, some people view her job pretty weirdly because despite it not being, you know, like a strip club, but there's still pole dancing and stuff. So she basically uses her, like, vaguely sort of shapeshifty abilities ooh, the contrast is kind of bad in that one. But it does contrast well with the other ones. It's just the contrast for that is not that great. It's like that is not a great contrast. So, let's change that to that. Alright, that is contrasting way better. So for anyone wondering, the contrast test is basically just... Oh, I already explained the contrast test, didn't I? It's basically just to make sure everything, nothing like flashes too bad. At least, you know? So yeah. And she most often uses it with her eyes because her eyes are very, like, distinct. Actually, let me show the icon. Because that's kind of like where I really made it so that, you know, it looks... So basically, her eyes are meant to like look a bit like stained glass. So you can probably tell a bit with, you know, the lines over here and all that. That, you know, this is, you know, meant to look a bit like stained glass. And that's why I kind of gave her these like silvery lines. It's meant to kind of like look like the leading used to like bind the stained glass together. But yeah. I'm gonna pause that and that. But yeah, that's kind of like what I wanted to show with Stella. So, probably like the next thing I need to do with the concept art over here is I need to do the backside of the hair. And like figure out, you know, how to do that. Like what it's going to look like. Like beside, you know. So copy, paste, and move that to here, I guess. And transform, flip horizontal. And essentially, I'm going to decrease the opacity. And then I'm going to essentially trace over for this. I know I am kind of like bonking my tracking camera. So, there are some things that I know that I'm gonna do with, you know, of this, you know, stuff here. But first, I need to, you know, get all the lines, you know, out of the way. But yeah. This is, you know, what I'm gonna do. And here we go. And that is the line art. And I'm going to lasso some of all that. Use the selection pen as well. And it has been nearly 3 hours since the snow started. There is still snow. At this point, I feel like the first week of my classes are gonna end up being cancelled. Like, depending on how bad it gets in the city where my classes are in. I mean, my dad basically can't go to work after the storm happens. Because, you know... So, yeah. So, pretty much my entire family, except for my brother, because he is 4 hours away, is gonna be stuck at home. Meow pink in your area. Meow pink in your area. Indeed. So, yeah. Pew, 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 pew. Oh, indeed. The zero. Ah, yes. It is right now very cold. It's like -Celsius. It's right now over me. And it has been because it's snowing. I can probably like... How many Celsius? Fahrenheit to Celsius. It's -4 degrees Celsius. Wait. Did I accidentally use the... I did. Yeah, 24 indeed. Indeed I will. But yeah, it is very, very cold. You know where I am. And it's been snowing. Pretty much since I started stream. -9 Celsius for you, not including wind chill. Ooh. That's bad cold. It's way too hot here. Yeah. So... Es colo. But yeah. And there we go. This is going to be what the back of the hair looks like. And yeah. Once I am, done with doing all this, I'm probably going to switch to, like, working on Live 2D stuff. Because I need to do a little bit of physics. And, I need to probably, like... do some other things involving, like, the physics. So I'm gonna save that. Close it. Then open up Live 2D Cubism. It's probably gonna snow all day and night. Like if I'm ever to go like outside, I'll have to put on boots. So basically what I need to do now is that I need to essentially do this. I am going to do that. And now I need to do all of this. And essentially what I'm doing is that I am trying to kind of like refine the, you know, movement of the threshold. Sorry, I thought there was someone at the door. And essentially, I just wanted to kind of like refine this. A little bit. And, you know, so yeah. I'm just going to find some of the deformers. And, yeah. Damn, my voice is kind of croaky. He for real. This is what happens when it gets cold. Well, sometimes you have allergies. And now I'm going to find the movement of Subi specifically. I'm going to reflect the motion. And yeah. He's just kind of like a creature. Mhm. And I'm just kind of like moving the Subi Hiplushi around. So that everything is somewhat concise. I probably should have made her face in like a neutral position. But I think it's too late to do that now. So I'm just gonna find some of her, like, rotations. I don't really need to do a lot for her, you know, those Z rotations. So there we go. And now we do upward. And then downward. Which is kind of like smooshing. And push arms, I'm going to kind of like add these to the Z parameter. So when this tilts, the, arms will too. And kind of like the same direction as the, tail and body. And yeah. It's probably like very obvious here that this is, like some kind of like, it's just one plane. I'm gonna try and like have it be not so obvious. Like that. And now the tail is going to rotate. But then instead of, like, this is going to kind of like dangle. A little bit. Go to the opposite side. So now that whenever that happens and the Z-axis is moved, the tail will go along with it. So yeah. And I'm doing all of this because I need to eventually, copy and paste all these physics into augmented physics. So that there's a bit of bounce in the movement. If y'all can understand whatever I'm saying. creature indeed. And yeah. So now I am going to add these to the XY. My movement. I'm going to keep it pretty simple. Oh, for here. Just like move everything very subtly. You know, to left and right. And then when this goes up, so will her little arms or her paws. And when this goes down, so do her little paws. And now I'm going to sensitize the corners. So I need to move this. Move that. So, yeah. This is gonna be the movement. And for Subi and her little body. Her little plushified body. And all that. And I'm going to also do her actual body. And first I'm going to start off with the body X. And I'm not going to do these in different parameters. That's where the physics is gonna go. And then I am going to do that. And then do this sorta. And synthesize corners. And, of course, some of this ends up being a little broken. That is an inevitability when it comes to this sort of stuff. Like, it ends up being a little too silly. And there we go. And now it is time to do her tail. So, with the tail, it's kind of like going to just follow a bit of a dangle. And essentially, the top part is going to kind of move along with the rest of the body, but the end of it is kind of like going to try and be somewhere in the center. And now we just need to do the upper corner. Or just like all the corners. So yeah. And that is to be done. I'm going to briefly check for any issues over here. And this is kind of like just so I can, you know, make sure everything is good. It's this one I need to do. And there we go. But yeah, this is kind of like just me figuring stuff out. And yeah. I think I can now, like, do the hog physics. Because that is pretty much just all I needed to do. And adding Og to all of them. So select and change to Og Body X. Select change Og Body Y. Select change Og Body Z. And there we go. So all right. Now I'm going to save this. And I'm going into my physics settings. And I'm going to change some of the parameters to the augmented. What the fuck is going on with the right arm? What? Oh. I think I made the physics a little too extreme. Wait, I think I might need to... change that. Oh. I'm going to change the... Alright. That is a little weird. Guess I, need to modify that. Oh, I think I see. Ah. I need to change that. And change... Here we go. Is that like Scully, but it's Ace, indeed. No bones. Let's change these so I no longer get confused. Right, there we go. Now... Oh. I see an issue. So I need to change that to that. Ah. Change. So there we go. Now we just need to move those. And this should hopefully fix some of the issues. It doesn't. I'll have to deal with those, I guess. Mm. And body Z. Switch to augmented. Mm. So, Alright. So I'm going to save this model. Good stretch. Ugh. Because I was sitting there for a while. Just, you know, drawing. Well, not really. Technically not drawing, but something animation. But yeah. I think that would considers the model pretty much done. So now I just need to do other things. Of course, I still need to like test everything out and like configure everything in, you know, VTube Studio and VBridger. I probably also need to like make sure all of the VBridger parameters mix well with the parameters for all of the, you know, head angles and stuff. So something I wanted to do was that I kind of like wanted to add the panels. However, there is one problem. I don't know how long I'm going to stream. So this is what my current panels look like. It's 468 by 216. But I think I'm going to do it 1,000 by 700. And I'm just going to do a little sketch of it. I can always start and continue with them later unless I tend to get really into a task and it would be annoying to stop. Yeah. For me, it's kind of like just... I wanna... you know, try to get some stuff done. I mean... I don't think I'm going to end up going really outside anywhere. Or anything along those lines. It's just that, you know, I'm not sure. I don't think I'm going to really go outside at all today. But I don't know. I might just do an intermission so that I can eat some food. Like, probably, like, just do that. or something along those lines. And, I'm not really sure how to put it into words. You know, like... It's probably just the desire to do my Infinity Nikki dailies. He's unimpeded. But yeah. I'm probably just like gonna gesture this out. And like figure out what I'm gonna do with this later. Actually, I'm kind of starting to get a little hungry, so I'm going to do an intermission to make myself food. Because, you know, but first I'm going to save this as 2.0 panel base. This is like one of the last things I really need to do for like that is like more directly related to my Twitch. Have tasty snacks. I actually have a chicken biscuit that I can microwave, so I'm probably gonna make that. But for now, I shall return in like a few minutes. Alright, I'm back. I have acquired my chicken biscuit. Apparently my dad removed them from their box because it's pretty big to like make more room in the fridge for something else, but unfortunately the box had the cooking instructions, so I had to look it up. So, yeah. I'm going to mute myself as I eat. You know, as per usual. Roll with me. Because, you know, hearing and chewing noises drives me insane, and I don't know if it drives y'all insane either. But I am going to have this little thingamajig up to signify that I am muted. And I shall consume while I draw some stuff, I guess. Alright, I'm back. Ebodan yang I have consumed my foobs. And now I must continue doing art. So I'm gonna start off with the head. I'm probably going to keep it relatively chibi-esque. And like do. And essentially what I'm doing here is that I am gonna be so to kind of like explain this, there is only going to be one kind of little thing of the panels. Like, this is going to be the base for all the panels. And all the other... Essentially, the only thing I'm altering and it will alter is going to be the text. That is essentially going to be the main difference between all of them, as I don't have, a bunch of emojis these at, my disposal to use for every individual panel. What is with this line? Why is it there? I don't know. So most of this is actually going to be behind the little frame here with the panels. Essentially, what this is just, I only want to draw one thing for the panels, and by golly, am I going to do that one thing. And it is of course going to be a chibi. And Yeah. So the squiggles are going to be where the black is, and the little like dashes here are going to be where I'm placing the red. So little squiggles is gonna be where the black is, and these like this hatching is where I'm placing the red. And this is so I can, you know, keep everything somewhat concise. And yeah. And this thing is going to be behind the panel here to give it a little bit of depth, you know? Because, you know, that is something that can be done. And of course, I'm going to try and make this as good as I can. And it's the yums. Do not question my vocal stems. I do not know why I do them either. Or why they are how they are. So yeah. So there we go. So, something that I've been slightly tempted to do is like play Marvel Rivals, because like it can make some weird, but it's been nice hanging with me. You actually got some work done on your current writing project. You have to go now, but excited to drop in next time I go live. Alright, good luck to you as well, Paradox. I'm glad you made some progress on your current writing project. So, yeah. I'm pretty sure all of my colleges, there's a campus is building. I'm pretty sure all of my campus buildings are closed right now because of all the winter storm. But I'm not sure if this is going to extend into next week, though, when my classes for me begin. But yeah. That is kind of like something I need to do. I also need to check if any of the classes have been published at all. I know my classes technically start next week on Monday, but it's very likely that they probably, at the very least, one of my professors published the course already. Because that happens sometimes. And usually the first assignment is to essentially like introduce yourself to the rest of your class. It's like one of the easiest grades you can get. But sometimes it is a video. And those I'm a little like not a big fan of. Just let me write a post in Canvas. Cause dang it. Just let me write that and go start on working on the syllabus. But yeah. It is still snowing! And by the way, there is still snow outside. It has not stopped at all. Whatsoever. So I'm probably gonna be stuck inside for a bit. I have no idea where my mom went. She's probably like doing a consult or something, because that's her job. But yeah. This is kind of like... I mean, if my in-person class ends up being delayed because of, you know, the snow, if there is still a lot of snow when my classes begin, I'm still going to honor my hiatus. But I'm probably also going to, like, just do a bunch of my other classes. Is along instead of just the in-person class. Because I won't be able to do any of that because it's in person. Unless we have, like, assignments we can do at home. So... Doopy doopa. But yeah. I'm probably going to just do the base of Ashlyn for the panels today. And then on Friday, which is going to be the last stream before my college-induced hiatus, I am going to finish up the panels and maybe, like, work on something else. So yeah, that is probably what I'm going to preoccup. Indeed. And, you know, once I'm on hiatus, I won't be able to really stream all that often. I'll try to stream like every 1 to 2 weeks, you know, during the hiatus. But it's entirely likely that I might just not stream at all until I, you know, am able to return to my regularly scheduled shenanigans. My regularly scheduled bullshit, if you would. So... yeah. It's very likely that, you know, during my hiatus, I won't be able to stream at all. But what I'm probably gonna do is try and, you know, work on all of my assignments. It's for my asynchronous classes. Is like as quickly and as often as I can, and with my ADHD, be breathing down my neck. Because, you know, that is something I can certainly do. But basically, the plan is like, if I end up finishing all of my assignments and stuff for my 3 non-asynchronous classes, I can then spend some time, like, I can kind of like slightly return from my hiatus a little early. But only being able to stream like a few times a week. But eventually, I will be able to return fully for the summer. Once I am able to return for the summer, I'll be able to spend time with y'all until the inevitable whole hiatus strikes again as I continue to pursue college education. Because that is something I must do as a college student. I mean, hopefully by the end of the year I will have graduated. And then by the end of the year, like by the end of next year, I should graduate from, you know, all of that. And therefore, will no longer need to, like, go on hiatus pretty much half of the time of the year. And can then, you know, just focus on making things with y'all. But, of course, that is something that happens in the future. And I know it's gonna feel like forever for all of us. I know it is gonna feel like forever for me. But soon, my dear chat, I will return fully to streaming and become a full-time creature. I mean, I'm probably gonna end up driving myself insane. I mean, if I, don't do something during the day. that, you know, isn't something that I can do. I mean, in my case, it's kind of like, you know, streaming is a thing that I can do because it kind of like makes me feel productive and helps me be productive as well, especially when it comes to like making art. And because of that, I really like streaming, even if I, haven't even gotten to affiliate, and likely won't be able to until after I graduate from college. Like, even if I'm not doing this for any monetary gain whatsoever, I am at the very least still somewhat able to, do something and, that can, like, keep me occupied. Essentially, for me, streaming is just, like, a thing that I do so that I don't end up being, like, too lonely. Yeah, because, I can't really drive. I can't just, like, go into a bar and try to socialize. Because, I can't drive. I can't really, like do that. But, streaming allows me to interact with people in a way that is accessible to me. Also, partially because I am, disabled and all that. So it's probably harder for me to, try to find friends the more traditional way. You don't like bars simply because you don't drink? Yeah. I've only ever had, like, one drink, and I ended up not liking it, so, whoop-de-doo. Whoop-de-doo for me. And besides, even if I did, the bars and stuff are probably, like, pretty loud, so it's, like, unfriendly sensory-wise for me. Yeah, anyway. And then there's, going to conventions and stuff. However, I can't really go to them all that often because I just have a job and can't really make a lot of money. Like, right now, the only way I can really, like, get money is asking my parents, like, in terms of reliably gaining an income. My most reliable income is, my, family. Which, it isn't much. But it is at least something. However, I usually only really go to like 2 conventions during the year. Because one of them I volunteer at. But in the future, I hopefully want to, you know, attend more conventions. Maybe volunteer to them as staff, maybe just attend as an attendee. But you also don't like being around drunk people unless it's your girlfriend or close friend. Yeah. That is something I can completely understand. And to be fair, I don't think I'm really going to go out of my way to interact with people who are potentially like really drunk. Simply because drunk people can sometimes be loud, and I have sensory issues with my hearing. Which means they're gonna startle me, and I'm just gonna run away like a scaredy cat. Or like just a feral animal. But yeah. Loud and extremely annoying, yeah. And the main reason why I probably won't even go to the bars or like places where it's expected to drink alcohol is because I have a family history of alcoholism. And just general addictions and stuff. So I'm gonna likely err on the side of caution when it comes to that. So, for me, probably like the most likely place I'll likely ever go to like try and make friends is, you know, conventions that happen. I know in the future I want to go to TFCon and then Otakon. However, you know, I need to travel for those conventions. That, and there's the whole like the nearest his Transformers Con is, you know, I remember it literally happened like during the time where I was volunteering at, you know, the convention I work at. So I could not go at all. And I just felt so terrible about it because I really want to go to Transformers Con. I know one of these days. But because of you know, my life and stuff. And you know, the closest one happening so close to the one to the convention I have to work at. It just means that usually I can't really like do any of it. I can't really like just work at. Of course, I probably need to check when the next one in Baltimore is happening to see if it's going to once again encroach upon my the convention I work at again. Because, and I think, like, if I'm ever to attend a Transformers Con, it's probably going to be the one in like Toronto or something. Like, that, like, I literally have to go outside of my home country in order to, like, attend, you know, Transformers Con. It sucks. But it is what it is. If I have to, like, travel abroad, but in order to, you know, experience a convention, I'm going to do it and make sure I have a lot of money in order to, like, experience. You went to Midlothian Anime last year and it was a blast. Yeah. But yeah. So, that is probably like, you know, something I can do. Of course, as you know, I do not live anywhere near Toronto. I can't really, like, just go to Toronto willy-nilly. I have to plan. For that, you know. And of course, certain things I have to do. Like, if I'm to go with my family, we have to get a cat sitter. Or, for example. And I doubt my brother is ever going to want to go to a convention with me. So, if I am to go with a family member, it's probably going to be my mom. This, however, does not even touch on if I'm ever going to, like, be a vendor in Artist Alley or something at a convention. In that case, I'm definitely going to at least bring my mom with me. And if I can't bring my mom, I'll probably, like, end up bringing my dad. I'm sure my brother would only go with me begrudgingly. If, you know, our parents ask him. And he's probably going to just complain the whole last time. But, you know. It's just something that I want to do in the future. And, you know. It's something that I have to sleep on. Like, think about for, like, several years. If I'm ever to, like, be a vendor at a convention, it's probably going to happen, like, either late 2020s or, like, the early 2030s. That is probably, like, so when I'm most likely to, like, do anything vendor related at a convention. Of course, most of that is, you know, being able to, like, have merch that I can sell. That is kind of like the important thing. And that is the main reason why it's probably going to take me a while. because I need to figure out what I can sell as like a vendor. And, you know, I have to get stuff manufactured, which can cost into the hundreds of dollars, and even thousands, depending on what it is and how much I, you know, pay to be made. And then I, you know, need to probably have places to keep a stock. I have to advertise. And just a whole bunch of stuff that I have to do. Of course, I will likely eventually end up, you know, being a vendor in the artist alley of a convention somewhere. But in fact, it's probably likely going to be the convention I work at. If I'm going to be perfectly honest with y'all. But, yeah. Other than, you know, the whole, all of that stuff, I definitely want to, you know, attend more conventions in the future. Like, I know that TwitchCon is definitely one that I can, like, go to, as, you know, I am, you know, someone who streams using Twitch. But the TwitchCon is mostly for, like, networking and shit, like that. It's not really for, like, spending time with people with a common interest. It is for, you know, networking. And maybe, like, the artist alley, too, I guess. And networking in the artist alley. Or whatever. Basically, TwitchCon is mostly, like, networking and all that jazz. But I do want to go to one of them one day. I will need to, you know, make business cards for myself, though. I mean, that could be a stream idea, where I, like, design my own, like, business cards. For when I eventually, you know, like, go to such conventions. Yeah, I can do that after the 2.0 stuff, indeed. Luckily, the 2.0 stuff is, you know, getting closer and closer to being done. So we are slowly encroaching upon me being able to do more things that isn't explicitly just the 2.0. But yeah. Of course I need to, you know, save up money in order to go. I doubt that my dad will want to go with me. Maybe he might. But I don't think my dad uses Twitch all that much. I mean, my mom is probably more likely to end up going with me. But yeah. So yeah. I am going to end stream here. Tomorrow is going to be more Skyrim. And Friday is going to be art and the last stream before my hiatus. So, yeah. Once I, I have my Twitch schedule set to vacation mode for during the semester, or the current. And, of course, one of these days I need to, I need to do some other stuff. Like, I haven't even made any progress on making the new intermission screen at all. Which, it's probably going to involve animation, so I'll probably, do that after my semester ends and I get closer to debuting the model. But, yeah. Essentially, I, kind of, just want to do stuff. So, I'm going to end stream and prepare all my Twitch and Streamlabs stuff for tomorrow. But, yeah. I'm gonna be here tomorrow. Thanks for the stream. Thank you for being here with me, Heater. But yeah, I'll be here tomorrow at 1 p.m. EST. And I'll be seeing y'all tomorrow. Bye, y'all.